Okay, folks, good morning. You're just catching up on Empire Express Part 1 I fell asleep for. Tony's Lullabies, no extra charge. Oh, well. That's a good little game. I wish it lasted a little longer. And the original one that I played a long time ago, I feel like the map was a lot bigger, but maybe it's just the US and there's more space between each spot. But it goes for a fortune. It goes for a fortune. All right, so thing's been sitting here forever, and honestly, I'd like to get. I feel like building something and not spending a decade building a small part of it and not getting it done. Airbrushing is definitely on the agenda this morning, and but we're going to work on this the Elefant from Eschi, and this is. I'm not sure how old this damn thing is. Probably the 1970s, I'd imagine. Rubber track, everybody's favorite. Interesting looking decals. Driver, a commander looks like a freaking dork. He looks like a dockyard worker. Got one of them dockyard worker looking caps. Not that many parts. Does this thing have an interior? It does. This thing's kind of crude. But that's fine. I don't even remember how the hell I got this thing. Now, what's unique about this thing is it actually has two sprocket wheels. It has a sprocket at the front and the back. Speed, 12 miles an hour on roads. Yeah, you're not going anywhere fast. All right. I already feel it. I already feel it. Get in the garbage. Woo! So that shit's for real. Oh, I don't have the hand sanitizer here. Sons of bitches. Well, I'll make do without it. That thing's for real. Old, dusty instructions. There's something in there. I think they're just breaking down, and they just release shit. It's like a poison. Where am I from? Florida. I'll make up a name one time. Where are you from? Baluchistan. Where? Okay. Yeah, it already stopped me up. Just having that freaking those old instructions, and those are ones that I got from. I'm pretty sure I got that one from Noble Knight. Okay. So now I'm going to go back to those pictures I just took, and that's what we're going to use as instructions. Because they're bloody toxic. And I could probably just get them off of Scalemates, but rotate these. Because you always take photos and they always end up being in the wrong direction, the wrong orientation. So hopefully we can airbrush this guy along with everything else. All right. Let's go. Which is the first one? Step one. Ah, yes, the old three-piece screwing. The three-piece hull. And this does have some nice details on it. Man, talk about running this all the way to the end. It's got some nice rivets. There's some weld marks there that don't look half bad. You don't like my content? Go fuck your mom. I don't care, you know? I ain't gonna take shit from nobody, especially when you probably fucking do drugs. Which is fine, that's what you want to do. This is not the channel for that. Ooh, Marcus would be upset with this. We have problems on the bottom here that looks like they almost went through. There's some welding things on here. Well, now you know, Ben, if you need to go back to sleep, just finish watching the rest of that video. I actually got around to watching that video that Yorkshire Gamer put out. About where he reviewed wargame magazines. And I didn't know he was a cusser. I need to watch more of his stuff. I don't like these people that heavily edited things and they're like, you know, they're not real. I don't like people that aren't real, you know? I mean, I don't want you cussing every word, you know, but there's a time and place for it. Oh, I didn't expect anybody to watch it, honestly. It's one of those things that's probably boring as shit to watch, especially because, first of all, the video is upside down or reversed. And when you're filming with your camera, if you need to look at the screen to make sure that everything's centered all the time, it's in reverse. So that part alone is annoying. But it is what it is. You wear glasses? If you don't, get all your modeling done now. It's a pain in the ass. Glasses on, glasses off. Luckily, I can see well, or without them. I can see really well without them for the close-up stuff, but man, that Sherman is taking forever to build. So I'm banking on being able to finish this in time to be primed. I hate firing up the airbrush, especially priming. And like prime nothing. Prime like one thing. Now it's better now with what's his face, with the Kuram's magic formula. The 110% Kuram. The only mixture that makes 110% of the stuff that you want. Yorkshire Gamer's very grumpy. Is he? I know he plays it up a lot, but it's kind of... it got a bit old for me. Okay, well, I've only seen one of his videos. I am subscribed to his channel. I just never watched his videos. His ships look awesome. That's actually why I subscribed to his channel. Especially when he got genuinely offended when people push back in the same way. Oh. People are supposed to allow people to behave the same way. Oh, he's the only one that's allowed to be grumpy on his thing? Well, you know. There's this one guy I subscribe to. He's probably, and I know I've mentioned this before, he's probably the most influential person, whether he knows it or not, of me starting a YouTube channel. And it was because I saw this video and I'm like, if this guy can do this, then I can be doing our videos. And that's, and what's his name? I want to say his name is, I don't remember what his name is. Anyways, he just puts a video camera, I think it's a video camera, in one place and hardly ever moves anything in front of the camera. And I'm like, well, that's easy enough to do. And I'm not saying he needs to change his method. I'm just like, I can do that, you know? I can do that. He just happened to have a video on the naval rules that I used to play, and I'm like, well, that's kind of cool. I interacted with him, and now, for whatever reason, he for the last couple of videos he's done. Now we run into a model that is a lot less pieces but doesn't line up correctly. Well, we know that going in, so we expected as much. And now he doesn't even allow people to comment on his videos, which he probably just got into it with some. I block all my comments, so I have to, you know, you can't just post, you know, a jihad or something like that in the comment section, you know. He seems really nice, but the grumpiness is forced. When they say they had the little panel shows, they had Sean Clark on, and he brought up so much positivity. He had a podcast called God's Own Scale. Is he 1/72nd scale? Oh. So he's not genuine. Well, that's a shame. I'm the same asshole. I'm the same person all the time. Work probably gets a worse version of me. But that's because I'm annoyed with the same bullshit for so long. And that's all we're going to talk about. We did not have a good day yesterday. I almost said fuck it and left and was going to come back on Sunday. But I figured, no, I deserve a full weekend. I mean, we only get 2 fucking days, you know. 6 mil, that's not God's own scale. I just assumed that everybody was the same in person as they are on video. That's too much work to pretend to be somebody else. Like, they don't pay me to be an actor. Well, what's a worse offense? If you're going to be somebody, if you're going to be a certain way on film and a certain way in person, should you be better on film or should you be a bigger dickhead on film and nicer in person? What's the bigger problem? I mean, I think both of them are a problem, but it's like Harrison Ford, right? His characters are cool. Him in real life, he's a fucking weirdo, you know? A weird ass carpenter. But his characters are cool. And I know he's sarcastic and grumpy as hell, but I don't know if he pulls that off really well. Like he just comes across as somebody who's like, if that's your angle, I don't think he's doing that. I don't think he's doing it very well. Because I'm all for being sarcastic. I know a few people that are sarcastic all the time. Ah, the waiting game. This doesn't seem like it takes as long as I thought it used to as a kid. The guy that does the Shot and Shield podcast is a really fun too. I think he's down in Florida. I don't know who he is. Shot and Shield? Colonial Podcast. I don't listen to podcasts because I have so much Audible stuff to do. But I do like that kind of stuff. Shot and Shield podcast. Is he on YouTube? Shot and Shield Wargaming podcast. Scott Van Rokel. Never heard of him. Covers tabletop wargaming specifically between 1815 and 1933. Hitler just threw it out for you. I'm not dealing with that mustachioed dude. Shot and Shield. Never heard of it. It's a good name. I mean, I don't know every war gamer in Florida, but I mean, if you put on games at shows, I mean, I have been going to the show since 2001, as long as they have one. Even if it's only for one day. A tank accuracy autist. You mean autistic? A View from the Duck Pond. He does Spanish Civil War. Well, I don't know what amount of people listen to podcasts, but I would think that if I wanted to get my word out, whatever the hell my word would be, I think YouTube is a better platform than some podcast. I mean, I guess you could do the podcast on YouTube, but without a picture, I don't think I'm going to get more viewers without a picture than with one. But that's just me. I could be wrong. I'm more likely to watch a video with pictures, with people speaking in them, than just audio. I won't be starting a podcast anytime soon. Let's put it that way. I would just do that content here, if that makes any sense. Like, I could see where a podcast is easier to do, but Shot and Shield. Now, the name of Shot and Shield just kind of catches me like, what period would I use that for? What is that? That would be like Jacobites, right? Because Jacobites had shields and they got shot at. Jacobites. 1740s. There's a wargaming group. Oh, here he is. He's got Scott Van Rokel. Never seen this guy. So I was going through I was listening to the Yorkshire Gamers podcast about the magazines, and I liked it. What was it that he called that? Just shit. The stuff the weird shit. Weird shit science fiction. I wouldn't have called it that. I would have called it something else, but from a standpoint of my interest, and he doesn't like skirmish games, which I disagree with him on that. I like skirmish games. He's modifying his own Panzer 1s and T-26s to make them as accurate as possible, getting really disappointed at ones that miss basic features. Yeah, well, there's only so much stuff that I'm willing to do. Like, this has some interiors, but if the interiors were accurate, I don't care. Well, you're not even going to see these, so I'm not going to paint these. Let me put the instructions back up because, yeah, that's some toxic shit right there. These road wheels, I'm sure, have an inner and an outer. They just have one. I don't care. All right. There is some kind of dividing panel here. Here's 10. And no, I haven't decided whether this will be a Ferdinand or an Elefant. I figure I have about 30 minutes to decide. I guess that kind of goes together. Back, you think? Uh-oh. Got a poop problem, huh? That happens to all of us. Yeah, I don't know about a podcast. I am not a fan of having do an outline of what I'm going to talk about. I'm too much of an ad-libber for that. That's too much work. That's school stuff. I don't know why I'm building this. I'm thinking maybe this support will help strengthen this thing. Yeah, I don't think I'll stop doing videos just to do a podcast. I don't think that. But yeah, I showed up at Mitch's places yesterday. He started chatting. I'm like, whoa, let's just do this on video. We're talking about some interesting stuff here. I don't know. I thought it was interesting. We'll just transfer that over to the video. But looking at his magazines and his take on magazines, I have a bunch of War Games Illustrated, by the way, that I probably should go through them on video. This guy had like a stack of them, like 50 or 60 he couldn't get rid of. And he's like, at the show, he's like, here's this pile. If you guys are interested, you can have them. Well, I didn't just take all of them. I went through and saw that, oh, this has a article for, for a World War II game or whatever. So I took this one, I took that one. I ended up taking like 20 of them or something like that. 15, 20. They're old. They're, 20 years old, probably. 20 plus years old. At least 15 years old. So I'm going to build this as they tell me, and I'm not going to worry about the rest of the details if it's visible or not. But I was going through his things, and I don't necessarily mind the fantasy and the science fiction stuff. I dislike so much, and I understand I am not in the majority. I dislike all the ads for new figures coming out in scales I'm never going to do. Like, I don't want to see ads for 28 millimeter figures. Like, I'm never going to buy 28 millimeter figures. I'm not. I don't like the scale. I didn't grow up to the scale. I don't feel like, the whole line that was pushed upon me years ago. Oh, we're moving to 28 millimeter because I'm getting older and I can't see as well. Okay, as someone who has gotten older and can't see as well, that's bullshit. Okay, because you still have to go in there and, a 28 millimeter figure has even more details to paint than a 15. So now you got to do a better job of painting this figure when supposedly your vision isn't as good. Or I think you need to do a better job. You can paint figures however the hell you want, but if you give the figure more detail, I got to paint more detail on it. So that's not a method that works for me. I mean, it's like if you painted a figure this big, oh, well, now it's easier because I don't have to paint as many details. The thing's loaded with details. That kind of logic doesn't work for me. Maybe if you had like the shakes really bad. Well, if you got the shakes really bad, you're kind of screwed. You got the jitters. I don't want that. I'd rather have your poop problem. My wargaming blog, which has no posts right now, was with shot and steel. Yeah. So you started something and you just ran out of steam. Well, I don't blame you. Whoa, Snapdragon. I was like, hey, that's the same blog. That's the same YouTube channel that those two girls were on. But that's Sword and Steel. They did a good job of like unboxing things. That's why I subscribed to them. I didn't have a thing for either one of the two girls. So. Well, I like seeing unboxing stuff. And their videos are pretty well done. But it was painful to watch. They watched some playthrough of a bolt action game, and it was painful to see a game where people didn't know anything about World War II and rules that also didn't provide any kind of excitement about that. It just didn't work for me. But what do I know, Oh, lovely. They tell you to drill something out and don't tell you where to put it. Good old 1974 instructions or whatever the hell these things are. No, we're going to skip that because it's hidden anyways. get this radio set. You have to put 3 and 34. Well, we'll put it in there. Well, it's not exactly accurate. I wish I would have made it in photo etch. Is it a one-piece barrel? Yes, thank you. Two-piece barrels are just, yeah, I can't even get a cutter in here. That's how tight this thing is. Two halves, no locator. Tamiya, you are not. Yeah, well, I looked at my Imaginations blog the other day, and I hadn't made a post in 13 years. I'm like, whoops. I did buy some white decal paper. And I think probably the easiest for me to do is just try to replicate that decal sheet in a way. I'm a little overwhelmed that I can't just test print one thing and see how it works out. I'm gonna ruin the whole sheet. I find it a little overwhelming. See, it doesn't tell you which way this goes. Hey, put the other side in. Well, is it this side up or this side up? I wouldn't worry about it too much, but we have all this internet stuff. Elefant interior. Did I just find it? No. Also no. Man, these driving compartments are really cramped, considering how big this vehicle is. Now, I can't tell right off the bat which way it is. I don't feel like spending a fortnight looking for it. So, we know this one goes towards the bottom. So we'll have it go like this. Could have looked at a Tamiya kit. Not visible. At least they give me a little ledge for it to sit on. This random arrow that points to a wall that has no references other than that. Well, I asked Mitch last night. I said, hey, when was the last time you played DVA? And he's like, I think you hadn't played since the convention. I said, well, that wasn't my purpose in not playing DVA, keeping other people from playing it. I mean, other people might do shit like that, but that wasn't my purpose. I was just tired. I was just tired of trying to be tortured by the looking shit up and still not getting it right. It's like several people have come on and it's like, hey, I found your page. You guys going to do any more DVA videos? I'm like, Mitch is free to do them. I showed him how to, you know, I think I did a pretty good example of how an idiot can make videos. Somebody who's not, you know, familiar with electronica. Well, they don't, you know, they don't want to. Don't want to be bothered with, I don't know. That doesn't look like it even belongs there, but so be it. Okay. What's up, Justin? Finally working on the Elefant tank. Yeah, you talked about it the other day, and I'm like, your blog is the gen. I don't like the type. And I really don't like the type if I don't get some kind of a thrill. Not really a thrill, but I don't notice that people are even noticing it. So that it just ends up becoming like busy work. And you know what I think about busy work? As soon as I catch wind that it's busy work, I will start a revolution to not do it. I don't have time for that. Okay, piece J5. Let's start closing this thing in. Yeah, I was getting really tired of working on the Sherman and getting nowhere. That doesn't mean I'm not going to work on it, but I need to airbrush this morning. Like, it wouldn't hurt to prime something else. I don't know if it's going to be for Kursk or not. I don't know which one of the two flavors it's going to be. That doesn't fit in there too bad. Like, there's one blog I can think of right off the bat. You said blog. The first I thought of one blog right off the bat. And this guy does some incredible stuff. And I just don't see the comments there or the views or like, I know more people are seeing that, but it's like, unless you're doing that because you enjoy doing it, that's the wrong format to provide stuff for people. Because I'd get discouraged. Like, nobody's watching this. Why am I even doing this? Why am I wasting my time? Unless it's something you enjoy doing. Like, for instance, if building these models doesn't get me the amount of views that I think it should have, I don't care because I'm not doing this. I'm doing this for myself. Like those DVA videos that I did for the showcasing the armies, those are a pain in the ass to do, editing wise and stuff. They're actually fine to film, they're fine to talk about, but they're a pain to edit. And I'm like, man, these things just don't have that much view. I thought those videos would have had more views, and they don't. I'm like, well, then there's no point in making them anymore. You know, I mean, I don't need to take pictures and videos of my stuff up close. I can look at them whenever I want to. And if people aren't seeing them, well, then fuck it, you know? I don't think this fits together well. Or maybe it fits on the inside. This is stuff I wouldn't have done as a kid. What do you mean test fit? Well, if you want to do all this stuff with glue all over your hands, what if I glue this together? Then we put this on. No, what if it's on the inside? Mein Gott! That definitely fits like that. And my stomach is having a freaking concert. I'm actually going to wait on that. I'm going to wait on those two pieces. Nothing worse than having something that's all wonkish get put together. All right, let's go ahead and do all the road wheels. There's 10 on each side. If they had made these realistic, I would have actually had to do, you know, they just did them singly, which they're really double. There's an inside and outside, but had they made them realistic, I would have had twice as many road wheels to do. I'm sorry, there's 12 of them. And they all have different numbers, even though they're the same piece. Ya empezamos. Mitch wasn't very excited to watch Kelly's Heroes. The home improvement noise. Exactly. You got it. That's right. Dun 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 dun. Exactly. You know what, man? I tried watching that show. I used to watch that show religiously when it was on. Well, first of all, it was on a channel that I got. Okay, and I didn't have cable at the time. And it was all right. It was an ABC show. ABC shows definitely, of the three networks, make the ones that have the best, they look the best on TV for me. At least at the time. CBS looked the worst to me. They're all film-like or whatever. Just never, like Cheers. I'd never watched Cheers. It looked like, I didn't like the way the show looked. You know? And, gonna go make hot coffee. Why, is it like super cold in your house or something? Cold coffee, baby. Drink what you want. You know I don't care. I'm the exception. We watched that show. And we tried to watch it as a family, maybe 2 years ago. It didn't age well. I just mean it just doesn't look right. But it's pretty funny how they changed his character, because his character basically was like, don't leave this guy alone with a grenade kind of thing. And the other two shows he's been on, or he is on, I don't know if they're going to renew it for another season, but his other show, his character is 180 degrees. He's like the one that's the sharp one. Like everybody else is like, you know, they rip on each other, but at the end of the day, the one who's the most balanced ends up being his character, as opposed to Home Improvement, where he was just a loose cannon, literally. It's interesting how they did a 180 with that. But that's good, because, you know, most of the time, you'll get some actor and they'll always play the freaking dumbass. They're always like, you know, he's always the one that's going to do all the pratfalls and stuff like that. They don't usually mix up those roles. So I guess if you get labeled as the pratfall guy, that's what they expect from you, you know? That reminded me, when I did work placement at school, I told someone I didn't watch a comedy sketch show religiously, and he looked at me with confusion and said, "It's not a religious show." Yeah, I know. Nerd burglar teacher. Well, so I was watching some reel or something that came up. This reel that came up with advertising or some shit like that. And one of the comments on one of the people in the reel said, "Why is everybody obsessed with everything all of a sudden?" Because I guess instead of saying, like I use religiously, I don't use obsessed. Like, man, I'm obsessed with Tamiya models. You know, that's the new religiously comment. I'm obsessed with Vallejo paint or something like that. They're pushing whatever the product is. They're obsessed with whatever. Like, I don't think I've ever used that. You know, it's just a terminology I don't. There's nothing wrong with using it. It's just a terminology I don't use. I remember thinking that anyone really can get ahead in life. Well, now you can really watch those shows more religiously than you could, because you can watch them in order. You know, I didn't realize that if you watch a series, some shows more than others, but they tie into each other. And I didn't realize that. You know, I thought they just make one, and then here's another independent one, and and then when they come with all the streaming services, here you can watch, I don't know, every season of Friends, whatever. You can literally watch them in order, and I'm like, I didn't know that. You know, you just turned it on. Oh, there's an episode. Okay, you watched it. You know, it's really nice to watch them in order. And we've done that with several series, but there's a lot of situation comedies that just don't appeal to me. And I wish there was more that it did not have laugh track. The laugh track is extremely distracting, especially if it's something unfunny. You start catching some unfunny stuff, and there's people laughing about it. I'm like, that wasn't even funny, dude. Like my daughter would watch these Disney Channel shows, and like every single comment, every other comment is like generates a laugh track, and it's like it's annoying because it's like kids overacting with jokes that are unfunny. It's not even dad jokes. It's like that's not even humor, man. Okay, just like that, that's done. Piece of cake. All right. So we got to do the sprockets. 57 and 52. Are these exactly the same? They are. They seem to be exactly the same. I don't know how this vehicle got on because it's got sprockets at the front and sprockets at the back. Get off the right hand side of me. You're cramping my right. I'm so right hand dominant. Yeah, the CBS shows never really care for them for whatever reason. Just the way that their studios are set up. They look different. It's like they're grainier. They're not as colorful. I don't know. Hard to put my finger on it. I bet I could look it up on the internet. I can't be the only one. You got some damn Yankee BMDs. What the hell? Oh, Team Yankee. BMDs. Okay, an Israeli Nag Mashat APCs from a 15mm sci-fi sources. These Israeli ones are quite unusual looking contraptions. I'm not sure what those are. I lost interest in Arab Israeli stuff when the Merkavas came out. So I've been out of that picture for a while. I like the 73 war stuff, but really that's the only period that I like. Nagmashat. Yes, stop it. I got something to say. Israeli Nag. Is it Nagmachan? Nagmachan. Heavily armored infantry fighting vehicle. This isn't the one that's based on a Centurion, is it? Oh, Nagmashat. There's a guy that did a review on that in the. Yeah, they're basically a Centurion. I think they're like a engineering vehicle. Yeah, if it's got the armor of a Centurion, it's like that infantry's gonna live until they get where they're going. I mean, a Centurion has a shitload of armor. That's like, well, I didn't pick up those kangaroos. You think of kangaroo APCs, they kind of suck, right? They have open top, like a grenade can go in there. I'm like, yeah, but you know how much armor a kangaroo has? Like 3 times more armor than like a 251. Like it's got a lot of armor. It's got the tank armor. Like that's pretty sweet, you know? Lighting in modern film and TV has been a widely discussed topic in recent years. Yeah, is it lighting or set? I mean, you can't really compare two things that are out of period, but I just find like the CBS shows they're more grayish. I don't know. Don't really care. I don't really care for them. That doesn't mean I won't watch them, but and like you could tell without being an expert on those things, you can tell by looking at a show which network it's on. Well, you could tell if it's a CBS show. Like, Everybody Loves Raymond. I never watched that show. Anyway, I find him extremely annoying. I can't listen to his grating voice all day long. But lots of people like that show. That's a CBS show. You could totally tell that. I could be wrong, but that looks like a CBS show. The show we actually watched a while ago, and it's a British show that we actually liked, was the original Coupling. I thought Coupling was pretty freaking funny. There's one episode in particular that's really, really funny. But we watched that however many seasons that is, 2 or 3 seasons. With subtitles, of course. That was a while ago when we saw that. We're foreign program friendly. You know, a lot of people aren't. So, you know, you're not going to hear word of mouth. Hey, this one British show is excellent because, you know, if nobody watches that kind of stuff. You know, I really wish that Allo Allo was not so grainy. I can tolerate it. But the girls, I mean, I'm surprised my daughter didn't appreciate the humor. I mean, I'm like, she is my daughter. But I thought it was pretty damn funny. It's both sets of lighting. My theory is the further we get from black and white, where lighting was essentially for the contrast, the skills got sloppier. That's one of those things that you notice but you don't notice. Like, I don't pay attention to directors at all. Like, oh, this is a director so and so. I'm like, I don't give a shit who the director is. But it makes a difference. You start noticing things that are they're shot in a certain way. Like, I can't stand the way Kubrick works. Kubrick drives me crazy. You know, just the way he focuses on things. I know he does it for a particular reason, but I don't really appreciate that reason. Like, I don't want to look at something all the way here in the fucking corner. Like, center the fucking screen, you know? You know, I don't like this ad that's about, you know, it's a product and there's like something here in the corner, but it's okay because it's balanced by a lot of stuff over here. I'm like, there's too much white space, man. It's like, it bugs me. Kind of like how the initial wave of good CGI came from people that worked in practical effects, and now the artists that only know CGI are writing the show. Everything looks like dog water. Well, is that really the case? And the only reason I say that is the TV that I've had, the last 2 TVs, make things look terrible. You could really tell that they're CGI. And I have something to say on CGI that just happened yesterday. But yeah, they look like the Midway movie. I fucking hated the Midway movie. The new Midway movie, it's just trash. And I'm going to give it another watch, but I hated it. And my daughter hated it as well. The special effect, the CGI was like wrong. Like, everything was like in dawn. There was like the sunset. It was just really, I know what you're saying. And it makes sense that what you're saying, but I feel like these TVs that I have make everything look like dog water. Dirty baby bathwater. Because the refresh rate is too high or whatever it is. You know? We're supposed to watch Gladiator 2 again. My daughter wants to see it. My mom's wanted to see it. I said, we'll just have them come over and watch Gladiator 2. I'll watch it a second time. No, it's not the first one. It wasn't as horrible as everybody pretended it to be. You know? I can't wait to see Kara Kesha again. Scotia models do Centurion APCs and 1-300. See, that's too modern for me. Like, I don't think, I'm just out of touch with the modern stuff. And then you talk about a drone war. I'm like, I saw a model at the show was it last weekend or the weekend before? Wherever it was, and they had a model of a drone. I'm like, I'm never building a drone. Like, even if you like the shape, which is an ugly shape, but even if you like the shape, you're going to paint it in like one damn color. Like, what's the point? So, I got some real juicy stuff on paint schemes for the Tigers. I mean, like, really, really juicy stuff. And it didn't take a lot of time to look it up. And I don't know that it's 100% accurate, but it's accurate enough for me. It's accurate enough for you guys, too. You know? I had a conversation with a certain someone about a year ago. And this is a person who's well known for camouflage and stuff like that. And everybody's like, "Oh, you need to get this stuff from this guy. He's the expert on it." Okay, and I'm not saying that he's not. But when I asked him, because I was back and forth on an email, when I asked him, I said, "Hey, I was thinking about doing these paint schemes that came in some of these models for some of these vehicles for, say, the desert." And he was like really quick to dismiss them. "No, you can't use that. You need to buy my books. You need to buy my." And I'm just thinking, okay, if he's trying to sell me books, that's disingenuous. But if they're really wrong, that's a fair point. You should let me know. But I'm just like, I don't know what to make out of it. So I recently saw someone who I'm Facebook friends with. I don't know who this is. It's some guy from your side of the pond who's a really good model builder, by the way. And he built one of these models in that paint scheme that is supposedly wrong, but comes in the instructions. I didn't say anything to him. It looks okay. So I'm like, I'm just going to take what this guy says with a grain of salt because, yes, there's incorrect stuff that comes in decals and paint schemes and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you need to do what makes you happy. And I'm going to care more than most people that are going to watch my stuff. So I did this compilation of tigers at Kursk. And I did a relatively quick internet search on decal sets, stuff that's available on the internet. And you got to double check things and make sure that this unit isn't really for this other one but at the end of the day, I just kind of wanted to kind of see if there was any patterns. And there's definitely some patterns in units at Kursk. If I was obsessed to do SS Tigers at Kursk, the ones from Liebstandart, the ones from Das Reich, and the ones from Totenkopf all have a theme that are different from each other. So you could look at one of the numbering systems and go, "Oh, that's a Totenkopf Tiger," or that's one from the Liebstandart, or what have you. So does Grossdeutschland. The ones that are more normal are the 503rd and 505th that were spread along the bottom and the top part of the salient and divvied up between the panzer divisions. Those are more normal. But Grossdeutschland and the 4 units at Kursk that had intrinsic Tiger 1s had specific nomenclatures that you won't see at any other time. You won't see them at any other time in any other period. Just like there was special, you guys all know that at Kursk, all of the Panzer divisions had a special, a Kursk-only symbol. Okay, that wasn't used at any other time. That was used only at Kursk, and only at the Panzer divisions that were there. So Liebstandart had all their Tigers in the 13th Company. So all their Tiger 1s have a big 13 as a number and another 2 digits that are smaller. So like, what's everybody's fanboy guy? Whitman that was there. His Tiger is big 13, small 3-1. So he was like the commander of the third platoon of the Tigers at Kursk. And stuff like that. So all the Liebsten, you see something that has big 13, that's like, okay, that is a Kursk Tiger 1. They didn't use that nomenclature anywhere else. Das Reich used an S series number. So they used an S, like the letter S, with 2 digits behind it. All their Tigers were listed that way. And it was by, platoon and company, which kind of makes sense. That's the Schwer S, the Schwer company. And it was just platoon and then tank number within the platoon. If you see an S with 2 digits, that's a Das Reich Tiger. And this is just kind of looking at it at a glance. You just see over and over again this pattern. Totenkopf put all their Tigers in the 9th Company. So all their Tigers have 900 series numbers. They have the traditional 3 series Tiger nomenclature. Like the company, tank nomenclature. Company, platoon, tank within the platoon, but they started with a 9. Grossdeutschland used A, B, or C, depending on which company they were in. So it'd be like A02, A03, what have you. Those are unique to those. So just by looking at it, I'm like, that's kind of interesting, I'm sure you will have set your TV properly for movies. I don't know. I honestly, there's some things that are just too fucking complicated. And setting up TVs, that's one of those things that just falls in those categories. It isn't worth it. I don't know how to do all that shit. Somebody's got to set it up for me. I'm a trial and error guy. So I know they come with motion smoothing on and they make movies look crap. I'm shocked when I go to the people's houses and they have left it on. I know they come with motion smoothing on and they make movies look like crap. Yeah. Well, Gladiator 2 looked okay. Yeah, I don't know how to do that shit. And honestly, I don't have a lot of interest in figuring it out. I just... Literally, I get to the point, like we're going to watch a TV, like what is it that we're watching right now as a family? Only Murders in the Building. We're watching Only Murders in the Building. We'll say, okay, we're going to watch Only Murders. Okay, I literally give the remote to my daughter because I get really frustrated when you go and press a button to do something and it like does something different. Like I don't want to have anything to do with that. It's just like, let me step away from the fail. I go and the Xbox has given me trouble. Like, I'll go to turn it on and it'll turn itself off. But then it's on when I don't need it to be. Just shit like that. Just like, I'm not anti-technology, but just if technology should make your life easier. If it causes frustration, I don't want to have anything to do with it. Just like this whole Windows 11 upgrade. They're hounding me every time I turn on my computer. You ready to upgrade to Windows 11? I'm like, no. I don't want to lose. I don't want to find out that all of a sudden things are in a different place and I can't find them. And it's like, I don't do that for a living. And I find no joy in it. Does that mean I'm old? No, I'm just tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of the bullshit. Let's put these two halves together. Now, people have the patience for that, like, I don't know how you have the patience to build a model, because it doesn't fucking change all of a sudden. You don't all of a sudden like, this model you have to use your left hand as your dominant hand. It's like, no, the shit doesn't fucking change, and it's a win. Motion smoothing is that setting that makes everything look smoother, but it looks kind of jittery and unreal. I'm going to do this for Ben. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'll look up my TV model and YouTube and see if somebody has a video how to turn it on. Like looking through the manual. First of all, find out where the fuck the manual is. Like, I'm not interested in that. I'll do that just for you. But the problem is if I fuck it up, you gonna come down here and unfuck it up for me? I'm not bad with technology. They just make it too freaking complicated. So I don't know whether it's true or not, but I saw this article yesterday that said that the United States is doing away with that car engine turn-off bullshit. Like, what am I doing with my wife's car now that it has it? I told her, they make an aftermarket piece that I'm smart enough to put on. Because I can, if there's a YouTube video for it, I can do it. Even though I'm not a technology guy, I'm not a car guy. If there's a YouTube video and you explain it well, I'm smarter than half the population. I can figure it out. I've been able to do things on my car that I would have never been able to do without a YouTube video. They make an aftermarket part where you can bypass that shit. So if you don't want your car to turn off at every freaking time they're at the intersection, and yeah, you can bypass it, but you can bypass it. You have to bypass it every single time you turn your car on and off. That's extra wear and tear on the starter. Good morning, Marcus. You're late. You delved in my computer monitor settings the other day and I was overwhelmed and I had to lay down. And some things that are easy to do aren't. Like, to shoot this in vertical is a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass. And to go back to it, you would think like, oh, it's just one thing. Or like this video that I shot last night, right? I know the video's reversed. Why isn't there a button to reverse it back? There isn't. Like, why not? That's like a real basic thing. But yeah, you could do you could put like a freaking green screen behind me. I don't fucking need that. Just reverse the fucking screen so it's not back assward. Nope. There's no way to do it. I looked it up. There's no way to do it. Not on YouTube. Not directly streaming on YouTube. I'm like, why not? That's a simple fucking function. You know? Oh, is this a white man here? There he is. Well, I know. I didn't realize there was a specific thing with new cars. I thought it was just crap drivers. Oh yeah, drivers are horrible. I almost got rear-ended by some guy on a motorcycle. I was coming in from work, and I was pulling. I'm on 441, so it's 65 miles an hour there, and there's a turn lane for my work, and out of the corner of my eye, there was a guy that was passing me. I'm going, 65 until it's time to slow down. And I go into the turn lane. I'm getting over, and this guy on a rice rocket carrying some girl on his back, and she must have been young, or she was like, some anime girlfriend or whatever, because she had like pink tights and white. I mean, it looked like somebody was taking their 8-year-old daughter out for a motorcycle ride. He came millimeters from hitting me. Like, he's one of those, like, the cars are, there's not even a gap. He, like, threaded the gap. I'm like, dude, can't you wait, like, a second? Like, I'm already coming over. I got my turn signal on. I use turn signals, Some guy in a rice rocket. Well, that's what I call my car anyways. I call my car a rice rocket. So I guess he had a 2-wheel rice rocket. Yo, yes, we are sitting for a second there. I'm like, we're shitting 2 dogs. So I had some walking feeding to do. Think you're clear for a bit. Yeah. So yeah, I peeled back the layers on the Tigers at Kursk. I still don't know what unit I'm going to make them for. It doesn't help me any. I'm not going to do them for Gross Deutschlands. I don't like that stupid numbering system that they use. So I'm probably going to paint them like they are for the 503rd or 505th. But like, I'm probably the only one that cares. You know, most people are like, yeah, that's a tiger. You know, it's fine. I mean, you know, I'm the one that needs to be passionate about it, anyways. You guys don't care. Oh, hello. Some of these are different. Ah, it's every other one. Okay, so do the fat ones go on the. Ooh. All right, this is going to be. Yeah, I'm going to consult pictures because this is too critical. This would annoy me if I didn't do it. So we have ones that stick out farther. One of these. Oh, it's still connected. Okay. So obviously there's 3 of each for each side. That evens them out. So every other one is a long one. Well, I'm sorry. We're going to have to look for pictures of this. Because I don't trust. This is susceptible to be a scam. I could just look at the pre-built Dragon one I have. Unless it's wrong. If you're worried that you can't upgrade to Windows 11, Windows are offering security updates for Windows 10 for a small monthly fee. Well, the other thing is I lost a lot of games on the iPad. I know it's different, but I'm already scarred by that I never got to play because it got an upgrade and I couldn't unupgrade it. And I'm afraid of the few things I have. Like, for instance, if this doesn't work the same, you know, that's a major pain in the ass. I mean, I use this video that I'm doing now to chill out. And if it creates stress for me, well, that's the wrong way to do it. This actually looks like somebody repaired it, and I don't think that was me. Oh well. So we got long, short, short, long. Okay. All right, so it isn't every other one. You got the longer ones on the ends, and then this one here farther forward, and then the other one is. Okay, so these 2 shorter ones are next to each other, which kind of looks like that way on the instructions, but. All right, so we need a long one. This is the front. Nope. Long one, damn it. Long one. Short one. Long one. Short one. Short one. Long one. And this is what I like. I like pieces that go in with no glue. And then you could just dribble that glue in there. Okay? And likewise on this one. Long. Short. Eschi is not known for pieces that go on without glue. Long one. Short one. Short one. Long one. Some of these not seated too hot. But look, they didn't make me add all these little springs and shit like that. I hate adding that stuff. Like those little damn, them springy things. Not a fan of those things. First of all, they're ugly. So that's why I'm worried about that, because I've had issues with that sort of thing. The first computer issue that I ran into when I was in college in like 1990, I think it was 90, I took computer-aided drafting. And my final project, literally, the dog ate it. The computer ate the thing. So I had to retake the class. So I'm not a fan of computer shit. That's, there one day, gone the next kind of thing. I'm not the biggest proponent of that kind of stuff. Stuff that works fine one day and then the next time they don't work. It doesn't work again. I've actually ran into issues on the Xbox, which should be pretty solid, on 2 different games that I have. I don't have that many games, but it must be pretty prevalent if I encountered it twice. One of them is on Drive on Moscow. Will no longer work on the Xbox. It gets stuck on a loading screen. I've tried to look it up to see what the issue is. Now, fortunately, I have it on computer, and I've played the game a lot. So, all right, if I can't play it again, I'm all right. And then the other one is, really? How do you fucking disappear? You bouncing cocksucker? Jesus H. Christ. It's huge. Here I am in my natural position Monday through Friday. And I can't get up more over the workspace or I'll fuck up my neck. Because you're doing it, there it is. It's all the way the fuck back here. Jesus, bouncy motherfucker. I don't have carpet, it's not gonna disappear. Anyways, the other game is the Assassin's Creed, the Greek one. Won't load up. It just sticks there. And that's, something that is a platform that doesn't change. And there's some computer games that I've been on a long time, but that never work right from the get-go. Panzer Elite never worked right. Across the Rhine never worked right. And I wasn't trying them on a shit computer. But there's all kinds of settings and stuff on there. And I just, you look up something like that, and the next thing you know, you've wasted 3 hours. And you've gotten nowhere other than gotten frustrated. Even the Sherman, it takes forever to build. None of it is frustrating. You keep moving the football. Keep moving the soccer ball in one direction. You're making progress. So, the only game I have that I don't mind if it doesn't ever work again is Tabletop Simulator. I hate that fucking thing. I tried to come to grips with it a few months ago. I can't spend the amount of that incessantly horrible music. That's like the worst music I've ever. That is some horrible freaking music. I know you could turn it off, and it just, man, it runs the computer so hot, like nothing's going on, and you could hear the fan. Like, dude, what are you doing? Like, this must be programmed really poorly. I don't care if Tabletop Simulator never runs again. Worst game I've ever bought. And of course, I messed around with it too long. I couldn't return it. Well, it works okay if somebody's walking me through it. Like, I was talked into getting it for somebody that wanted to learn how to play DBA, and they were in another continent. And I'm like, well, I don't know how to use Tabletop Simulator, but I know how to play DBA. Let's go. And then I played with them on one session, and I never heard from them again. That's how much they enjoyed playing. No, it was somebody who lives, well, he lives across the pond. And I figured, well, that's great because I wake up early. That's the time you wake up. You know, I don't wake up at a normal time for most people. So, you know, by the time I'm awake, that's your time you're awake as well. And then come to find out the guy like, oh, it doesn't really work for me because I work nights at a nightclub. I'm like, well, fuck this. I mean, it's like, I wish you would have told me that. I run a nightclub. I'm like, nightclub in Europe and my time doesn't really work unless you want to. I guess, no, I don't know. That wouldn't work. You know? Because my evening it'd have to be when I got home or something like that. You couldn't do it in the mornings. And it worked all right. But another reason not to play DBA. A4 is the back. Back. I need to find that article, and I didn't just make this up. Oh, we're going to need sprue goo on this bitch. Oh, that's the inside. No, we don't. Unless we're having a Marcus inspection. Pull your top off. We're having a Marcus inspection. This thing actually goes together not bad for an Eschi model. And if you've ever built an Eschi model, you know what I'm talking about. This is why they wouldn't have let Italy in the European Union in the 1970s building shit like this. Shoddy shit. You never know when someone will look underneath or inside. Okay, Ant-Man, have fun climbing in there. So this will give me 3 of these. I have this one, and one that's knocked out. Now, the one that's knocked out is all kinds of fucked up. If I didn't have anything to do, I'd be like, hey, let's try zimmering on that, right? Because I can't screw it up. Because it's, it looks like a melted asshole anyways. Nobody's going to look underneath this vehicle. The Germans didn't win the war. We have ways of flipping your vehicles over and looking inside. Yay! I need to find that reference in that book. I think I know what book it's in. I think it's in Paul Carell, Scorched Earth book. Now, it could be a wrong reference. And I don't have that book. I have a portion of a book. I don't even remember how I got it. But I have pages that are ripped out of a book. Yes, I have a ripped up section. I have the curse section of the book ripped out. I honestly don't know how I got it. But at the time, it had a really good detail on Kursk that I didn't have anywhere else. Probably not the best place to look for it now, but the good thing is I think all I have to do is put the little machine gun thing to turn this into an Elefant. So I'm going to build this as a Ferdinand, and I can always put the little thing if I change my mind. But I think I'm going to, if I find that reference, build a little platform for the Panzer Grenadiers on the back. Because I distinctly remember that in this book it said the Elefants at Kursk were in two different units. And one of the units had platforms that they rudimentary made back here. Like something like this. They just hung back here at the back. Right? Enough for a handful of Panzer Grenadiers to sit on. I don't know how the hell it'd be attached. Probably some kind of wires that attached here to held it in place. To fend off infantry. And I've never seen a model or a picture of a Ferdinand that way. Never. But I distinctly remember in his vehicle. And that particular unit said that they also carried MG42s, because this has no machine guns. MG42s to fire through the barrel of this 88, which I'm sure does wonders for the barrel lining as a point defense on that. And I believe it was the same unit that did both. So in other words, one unit's normal, whether it's the 653rd or the 654th, and the other one at least had some vehicles, had some kind of a platform. I don't mind making that platform. It'd be unique, So, but none of that keeps me from building this. Okay. Actually, let me look at that right now. Let's see. I'm really good at Google searching. Kursk Ferdinand Panzer Grenadier platform. Here it is. But this isn't where I found it. Interesting. This is an old post. If you look at the big 653rd book, it seems as though most of the Ferdies' losses were unrecoverable breakdowns and not falling victim to swarms of heroic Russian soldiers. Admittedly, if the Ferdy broke down in mid battle, it would just sit there till those swarms of soldiers eventually arrived, but that would simply be falling victim to the inevitable. Doing research recently, I discovered the majority of Elefant's shots in Italy, including the famous one of soldiers marching past a Ferdy on the side of the road, are of broken down vehicles. I mean, the Elefant's Ferdinand slash Elefant has one of the highest armor values of anything in the Second World War. I mean, the front of a Jagdtiger might be more, but it's number two. I mean, it's got more armor than a King Tiger on the front. I mean, it's basically impenetrable on the front, you know. And again, that's assuming a clean hit. I mean, you get a deflective shot that goes into the front of that compartment, you're screwed. But the other thing is that you have this engine, right? I believe the engine's up here. So you have the engine that is protecting the vehicle, so to speak. I mean, it won't run. I mean, it's stopped there, but your crew can get out. By the way, I noticed, Ben, that your Mias game is on half off. But I don't know. I don't think it's. Is that? I just don't feel like it's just easy enough to use. Didn't they build little platforms to stack the shells for reloading? I don't know what they did, but man, you can't stack that many shells. Those platforms would give in. And these had a huge kill ratio. I mean, like 22-1 or something like that. Like, somebody said a big problem with the Ferdinand was the high ground pressure, about double that of the King Tiger, due to the way the suspension tracks were designed. Another advantage to holding them back, I suppose, would be the ability to keep them on known ground. That's an interesting way of putting that, known ground. First action at Kursk, they were part of Jagdpanzer Regiment 656. Oh, that's why I was getting confused the other day. 656 is what the unit that had the 653rd and the 654th in. It saw service with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 51st Panzer Corps on the north side of the battle. 502 Russian tanks, 20 anti-tank guns, 100 other guns were destroyed on July 27th. However, the big weakness was the lack of an MG. When they were separated from accompanying infantry, they fell victim to close combat. They continued to fight until the end of 43 at the Nikopol bridgehead and the Dnieper, where they destroyed more than 200 Russian tanks. During the winter of 43-44, the remaining 48 from another source, were recalled to Nibelungenwerke. At that time, an MG-34 bow MG was installed in the hull, as well as a commander's cupola. Okay, so this is important. Does this come with a cupola? Because if it does not, then we were not going to build this as an Elefant. It's end of story. This is a long article, but somewhere in there it found the thing with the little platforms. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Ferdinands were assigned to Schwer Army Panzerjäger Abteilung 653 and 64. Each was to be, which by the way, I have a breakdown of what each one of them is labeled as, of the actual numbers. Each was to be equipped with 45 Ferdinands. In preparation for the Kursk offensive in July 43, both units were formed in April 43 at Bruck. Panzerjäger Abteilung 653 was formed from personnel from 197th Sturmgeschützabteilung. 653 was commanded by Major Steinwachs, while 54 was Major Karl-Heinz Nowak, which I believe his had N's on the little symbols of the vehicles. Like, for instance, this has a little N. You see there's a little white N there? And 654 had the higher series numbers. So this one had like the 500s, the 600s, the 700s numbered vehicles. And 653 had the 100s, 200s, 300s, that kind of vehicles, and 400s. Okay. So Steinwachs is the commander of the 653, and Nowak is the commander of the 654. So this is 654, which eventually got converted to using, what do you call those things? Jagdpanthers. Along with Sturmpanzerabteilung 216 equipped with Brumbars. Oh, I didn't know that the whole unit had one battalion, had two battalions of Ferdinands, and the Brumbars was in the same group. Okay, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Jungenfeld. In fact, 653 had 45 Ferdinands, while 654 had 44, as a single one was still being tested at Kummersdorf. In order to provide Ferdinands with ammunition, 6 Panzer IIIs were converted into munition schleppers attached to the Ferdinand units. 656 Regiment was part of 41st Panzer Corps. Then they put too many X's when they put this on here. There's 5 X's here in that previous one. Under General Harp of Army Group Center for the Army upcoming operation. Okay, on the first days of action, Ferdinands were a disaster due to the technical problems. Few were lost because of the fuel fire lines, the lack of adequate support, and most important, the lack of a self-defense weapon. Many Ferdinands were destroyed either by their crews after being immobilized by combat damage or mechanical problem, or by Soviet infantry and artillery, as well by Su-152 Sverboy heavy mechanized guns. I read somewhere, I think they only had 5 of those there at Kursk. So the likeliness that they encountered each other is not likely, but I believe that they did. It was recorded that some of the Ferdinand's crews, so ex-Major Nowak's crew, used to fire their 7.62 MG34 machine guns through the barrel of the 88mm guns, while others mounted their 7.92 MG34 underneath the gun. I mean, maybe if you had a guy sitting here prone. In order to fire enemy infantry units. Temporary field-made solution was the rear-mounted platform from Panzer Grenadiers, but only resulted in heavy casualties among them. During the Kursk offensive until November 43, Ferdinands from 653 destroyed some 320 Soviet tanks and lost 13 Ferdinands, while the entire 656 destroyed 502 Soviet tanks and 100 other vehicles. So it sounds like 653 was more useful than 654, more effective. Ferdinands proved very effective when employed behind the lines, so not as a breakthrough vehicle. On the first day of action, we successfully engaged bunkers, infantry, field, and anti-tank artillery positions. For 3 hours, our guns fought in the cavalcade of enemy fire and proved to be immune to enemy fire. In the evening of the first day, the first enemy tanks were destroyed while others retreated. Crews of field and anti-tank guns run away after firing a few ineffective shots against our Ferdinands. In the first engagements, our regiment destroyed numerous artillery positions, bunkers, as well as 120 enemy tanks. After the Kursk offensive, commanders reported the problems encountered while using Ferdinands. The main problem was the lack of machine gun in the hull for self-defense, making the Ferdinands vulnerable to attacks by enemy infantry and anti-tank units. Other features such as the gun mount lacking a traversing turret, drive system, and lack of power, weight to engine power ratio, were also giving trouble to their crews. In October 43, 50 survivors were sent back to the factory for badly needed repairs and pre-planned modernization. Modernization consisted of the installation of an MG-34 in the hull, improvement of armor protection, installation of wider tracks, and installation of commander's cupola, developed from that of a Stug-3G, which provided improved visibility. Most of the Elefants were partially covered with Zimmet, an anti-magnetic paste. Modernization was made in February and March of 44 by Nibelungenwerke in Austria, and modified Ferdinands were renamed Elephants. Officially, Ferdinands were renamed Elephants, General Order dated May 1st, 1944. After modernization, 48 Elephants were grouped into Schwer Panzerjäger Abteilung 653, where part was transferred, and part of it, I guess not all of it, was transferred to Italy in late February of 44. They arrived in Rome by train via Salzburg, Innsbruck, and the Brenner Pass, Trento, and Florence on February 24th, 1944. They saw combat at Nettuno, Anzio, and Cisterna as early as March of 1944. Schwer Panzerabteilung 654 was moved to France in late 1943 and rearmed with Jagdpanthers. In April of 1944, part of Schwer Panzerabteilung 653 was transferred back to the Eastern Front. I guess they only liked it there a couple of months, part of it. In autumn of 44, all existing Elefants were grouped into a newly created unit, Schwer Panzerjäger Company 614. 653 was re-equipped with Jagdtigers. Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. Schwer Panzerjäger Abteilung 654, with some 13 to 14 vehicles, saw service on the Eastern Front as late as early 1945, and eventually all remaining 4 Elefants saw final service with Kampfgruppe Ritter in an area of Zossen, south of Berlin, in mid-April 45. When employed defensively in Italy and Russia, Elephants proved to be formidable opponents. As of January 1st, 1945, there were still 4 Elephants in service, of which some took part in the defense of Berlin. Elephants proved to be a very effective weapon when operating at long range. For example, one Elephant knocked out Soviet T-34s at a range of 4.5 kilometers. Overall, Elefant was a very advanced design, which proved to be a superb defensive weapon with an enormous firepower. Today, there's only 2 existing Ferdinand Elephants, one at Kubinka in Russia, captured at Kursk, and a second in Aberdeen, captured at Anzio. Well, this is some interesting stuff, and I just stumbled upon this. Man, it's just a great stuff in the internet. It's really simple once you know what to do. It's that initial hurdle. Do it, and I will teach you the ways. Maybe. I'm not going to be able to figure it out on my own, I don't think. Are there Ferdinands in the thing? Now that Mias is right after Kursk, and it should be over. I mean, there should be a lot of Soviet stuff, like overwhelming the German shit by that point. Let me get a soda, and I'm going to continue reading. There's some good bits coming up front that, you know. I mean, if this that's why science fiction and fantasy is bullshit. You're reading like real stuff here that's that really happened. Well, I actually like the idea of him not having a machine gun. It makes a lot better. It makes a hell of a lot better vehicle for a scenario. You know. Okay, so this is one of these things that I'm aware of, and this is the Battle of Poniri. Poniri is basically the equivalent of Prokhorovka in the north. Poniri is like the one battle that it just ran out of steam. Try to take Poniri. And these guys were in Poniri. I guess that's how you say it. Spelled Poniri. Total of the battlefield near Poniri were 21 Ferdinand, 3 150 assault gun Brumbars, 8 Panzer IIIs, and 4 tanks, 3 of them with short barrel, 2 commander tanks, and 2 remote controlled Borgard tankettes. Most of the Ferdinands were found on the minefield. It's like they're like panthers. Hey, we need to find a minefield. I don't know. Send the Ferdinands in. They'll find them. Most of the Ferdinands were found on the minefield where landmines were made by the captured high caliber rounds and air bombs, and more than half of the vehicles had their tracks or wheels damaged. 5 vehicles had tracks wheels damaged from the 76mm and higher caliber shells. 2 vehicles had their guns disabled because of a shot through with Soviet shells or ATRs, so I imagine they nicked the barrel and messed it up. I mean, you throw enough stuff at it, I don't know how thick a barrel is, but I think if a 45mm gun, if it hits a barrel, it's screwed. One vehicle was demolished by a direct hit of the air bomb from a PE-2, and one with the direct hit of a 203mm howitzer shell onto the combat containment top. So it took a 203 to the top. Only one Ferdinand had a hole from a 76mm shell on its port side. 7 T-34s and a battery of 76mm guns were shooting at him from all directions at 2 to 400 meters range, and only one Ferdinand, which didn't have any tracks or wheels damage, was burned with incendiary bottle thrown by infantry. So only one was a Molotov kill. There were not enough Ferdinands to get into realistic statistics, but seems what the most effective weapon against them was the minefield. That's a really interesting attitude. Okay, so now I'm reading this, and after reading this stuff, I'm like, I'm not interested in building an Elefant because I want to do Kursk and I want to do Nikopol Bridgehead all the way into the winter. I don't have to do Zimmerit. I don't mind having the machine gun on it. I just don't want to do Zimmerit. Now, these things, when they were coated with Zimmerit, I believe that the Zimmerit went like halfway up the compartment. Before condemning the Furdy's operational debut at Kursk, we should recall that the other hot new tank at Kursk, the Panther, had an equally ignominious introduction. I'm calling it a hot new tank mostly because of the number of spontaneous catastrophic engine fires that occurred on the march to the jump-off point. That's true. That's the Elefant at Aberdeen is part of the first company 653rd Heavy Tank Destroyer that had been quickly moved south in response to Anzio landings. Considering the small number of vehicles in Italy and the quality of the records kept for that unit, with a bit of research we could probably be able to find the number of fillings in the teeth of that particular vehicle's tank commander. Check out this most impressive book. Not found. This is some super interesting stuff. All right, so Ferdinand it is. Ferdinand it is. On that wiki page, I clicked through to the Hetzer. Seems the Bohemians had them and also wore old Czech uniforms. Not sure on markings though. All right. How would we do that? Through Facebook Messenger? Video or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm willing to do it. What do I got? What do I got? Today, I don't think I'm available today, but tomorrow, let's see, where could I go? Maybe we could do that tomorrow. Would you got any plans tomorrow? Is it going to give me ideas? I got a lot of stuff to paint for that period. Panther G doesn't work for that, but okay. Back to the instructions. Okay, now I'm wanting to paint this stuff. Which one of the two units went to Paneri? Because that's the one I'm doing. I'm doing Paneri. The 653 or the 654th. And I'm not opposed to doing a repaint on this thing. I'm going to paint this one, put it next to it. This one looks like a melted asshole. We'll repainted that. I don't care that it's a Dragon model. You know, I've repainted vehicles that actually look okay. They were, you know, pre-paints. You know. You're free tomorrow. Okay. You like the SIG 33Bs? They actually look okay. Which is the one that I don't like? I don't like the one that's kind of open top looking. You're thinking you painted mine wrong in Panzer Gray. No, they used them at Stalingrad. SIG. Which one am I thinking of? There's one that's like a Brumbar. That looks like a Brumbar but lower. That Brumbar is pretty high. There's one that's like a Brumbar but lower. And then there's one, the one that they used in Africa, that was based on a Panzer II chassis. I think it's a Panzer II chassis. I don't like that one. It's not horrible, but it doesn't look as good as the other one. The SIG I'm thinking of is on a Panzer IV chassis. I think it's a 4. It might be a 3. I don't know. It's not my responsibility. I never had one. All right, so we have this gun mount that we have to build for this. All right, so we're definitely making this a Ferdy. Okay, here's the gun mount. Paneri. And I don't have to make it the same unit as that one is because that one's probably going to get repainted. Not that it wouldn't look terrible, just being giving it a wash from there. But this is actually a vehicle that didn't make it. I don't know if this thing is centered or not. From the edge, it's 12 millimeters. Okay, it is centered. It didn't look like it. It looked like it was off. Okay, so this is going to go here. In between that. The bison. That's what I'm thinking of. Oh, by the way, did you see João Peixoto's recent video on the aircraft? No, I didn't. I saw them come in, but they come in on a work day. He must be retired. Or maybe he's not. I don't know. That guy's super inspirational. I mean, there's some things that he does that I don't really care for, like the way he handles windows on his planes. But he's one of the guys. He's probably the guy why I got into World War II again. Something like that. This fucker's having a lot of fun with this shit. Like, and obviously I'm not going to build things on his scale because he's just really cranking stuff out. All right, we need to put 50 and 44 together. So, Yorkshire Gamer's not really like that way in real life, huh? Well, certainly one of you guys has certainly met him. I probably would have met him if, he lived on this side of the pond, but I thought he had more subscribers. He doesn't have that many more subscribers than I do, and he's been doing it a while. His ships are stellar, though. His ships are just, like, incredible. And I'm a ship guy, so I really can appreciate that. Although if I did 1/700 scale, I'm not buying photo etch to put the railings on. They're good to go. It's the Navy. Don't fall in the fucking water, right? Armor Fast the Bison. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I was thinking of. I think that one actually looks pretty good. Now they didn't make very many of them, but it's just confusing because the Bison's also the Sig 33. The one that's on the Sturm. I guess that one's the Sturmpanzer 1. Okay, so this faces forward like that, and this goes with it like this. And I'm not going to make a little shelf for this thing to push up against it. We're just going to hope for the best. Yeah, those were gray. Some of them, those were gray, Marcus, for Stalingrad. And I mean, if you repaint something wrong, it's easy to repaint it. So now I see that this is a piece of flash. Wasn't so sure before. Well, this is all on the inside, right? So I don't need to worry about being all sprue gooey about this. We can add sprue goo where we need to when the time comes. All right, piece 37 goes across the top. It's probably some kind of shock absorber, telescopic. Again, it's not clear which side's forward. Bastards. I have to look that up. And yeah, it's kind of a basic model. I just looked at that ubiquitous German jack. It doesn't have a lot of detail. We'll go with it. Hey, allow me to post something on the Eschi model group. I haven't posted anything on there in a while because I'm working with all kinds of different things. One of my favorite things that I ever built, still, is the Frankenpanzer 4 from Eschi. And it doesn't have black lining on it. So, it's due for a refurb at some point. That's one of my favorite vehicles, actually. You met him at Fiasco. Fiasco's a great name for a convention. Great name. A brilliant name. It's so brilliant you have to wear sunglasses. Okay. Ferdinand. Inside. Ferdinand tank destroyer inside. This will work. All right, so if those are my two choices, I'm going to have the ones, it's going to be like this then. I'm going to have it like that. Check another photo. That's the only one I found. Again, all this is hidden. You know, we have access to the internet, so it's a shame not to use that when there's like, I don't know which way to go. All right, look it up. All right, now we got to do little mounty things. And you know, I don't obsess with things being able to move up and down. And my stomach is acting like I didn't have lactose-free breakfast. You know, it's not pain, it's just like, you got something to say? You need to raise your hand before you talk, man. All right. So this one's going to go like this. This goes into it. They fit flush here. There's no locating bars or anything. Let's trim this up. Well, that little bit I read kind of invigorated me. You know, sometimes I'm like, man, what am I going to do this for? I don't know. Are you going to do this or you do that? And you're like, okay, well, you read enough about it, like, okay, that's what I want to do. Now, the SU-152s, which I have one of, they also made their debut in Kursk, if I remember correctly. But there's very few of them. I don't know how many units had them. I can tell you that there was some units that had Churchills. Some of the tank brigades had Churchills that were thrown at Prokhorovka at the SS troops, maybe in other places as well, but I saw an account that they used them in Prokhorovka. And what was unique about the Churchills is they were mixed in with other stuff. So there was a tank brigade that had Churchills, had T-70s, had T-34s, and it had Churchills. So talk about 3 different vehicles and move at 3 different speeds. Now the T-70s and the T-34s probably move at a similar speed, although I wouldn't be surprised if the T-34s are faster. But a Churchill's slow as shit compared to those two. This goes like this. This goes like this. And this glues together down here. So we're going to go ahead and put that like so. The picture of the one at Kubinka's uncle. Jeff. Hey, man. What happened? What you doing? And this thing can probably go in place here. I don't see any reason why this can't go on there. Okay, there's a little hand crank wheel, and there's a little thing for it. Piece 68. Not that you're going to see it. Oh, there's another one. Where's the other one go? Oh, 61. It's on the end here. Well, if there is, there's no damn hole for it. I'm going to leave it off for now. It's a spare part, man. I might need that for something else. Jeez. Not like this thing's going to be open or anything. What kind of hatch options? Oh, you only have one hatch option. Well, that's lame. Oh, and I think it's the loader, too. Cheesy. This smells of like something that multiple people put together. Like, all right, we're going to design the gun. And like these people that were designing the gun, all right, let's make it so people can see the inside. And the guys that were designing the top, I'm like, don't give them any hatches. And then when the two teams went together, they're like, oh, well, I guess just give them the inside and nobody will see it. You know? By the way, is the junk one a Ferdinand, or that doesn't really matter? I could take the thing off. Okay, I'm still going to wait on these two parts because I'm worried about the fit. We want them to fit right. It's time to move. It's time to turn the page. Oh yeah, there's all kinds of insides here with ammo. I'm not putting those ammo bins. I could use those ammo bins for something else. Ammo bins with shells, like, that's a waste. Wasting it on that. You have a ubiquitous jack back there. Okay, this will do next. This H plate, which is the plate that goes on top of this. We need to see how that fits compared to the front, and make sure that all squares away. Man, that's some brittle ass plastic. Anybody played the new version of I don't even know if it's out yet, of Chain of Command? Is it that much different than the original one? Okay, so this fits on the top of this. Okay, so this is like literally what needs to go in first, because this decides how everything else is going to fit together. And this needs to fit in well with it. So these all parts all need to, and there's nothing else that goes inside. That's that's funny. You recognize the Home Improvement sound. I was totally channeling that too. It's almost like a Scooby Doo sound. And to think, I never used my nearsightedness as an advantage. until I couldn't see up close. Due to aged vision. Now, they actually had a dragon model of this thing at the show for $10. I didn't pick it up because I didn't do anything with this one. I didn't have this one. I have the wreck. What do I need another one for? And I'm kind of glad because it just takes forever to build those models. I don't mind doing them. It's not like they're crap, but I'll wake up the neighborhood with that sound. Oh, we're not putting the fenders on until we get the tracks all crimped like they need to be. All right, let's check for fit and finish on here. Okay. This has got to go where it's got to go. And then this looks like it fits over it. And see, now that I know that, let's see if there's enough room on here. This needs to fit all the way to the top. You can't tell that. And that allows enough gap for the base plate to go on there. All right, well, the base plate is gonna, the plate here is gonna go where the plate here is gonna go. So I'm gonna go ahead and glue that in place first. Look, there's an interior here, but there's literally no openings. So like, why am I even putting that radio in there? Why am I putting the radio on that firewall? Oh, don't need to do that just yet. These big ass rivets are going to look awesome. We have ways of making those things stand out. Yeah, height-wise, it fits fine. Okay. Well, that's why we did it in the order that we did it in. This is actually a better model than I thought it was going to be. And the reason I picked this thing up is just something I could use my credit at Noble Knight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten this. Now, I have another Martyr 3 to build, which unfortunately I can't make any of them gray. The 3, what is it, a 3H? It's a 3H. I'm pretty sure none of the 3Hs were gray. But that's alright. It means you can use it for Kursk. Before I put that front plate in, how does this fit? How's this fitting? Freaking great. Okay. You get spoiled having these model kits that have these little pegs that go in each other, and that way you know they're lined up in the right place. There's nothing else that needs to go inside, right? I'm not putting those ammo racks. Nope. Nothing a little bit of sprue goo can't fix. And not much of it at all. Not much of it at all. Probably not going to make a commander sticking out of this thing. We need to be buttoned up. Elefant, ASMR. Ferdinand. It is ASMR, right? Not AMSR. Looks like it's going to get done. Yeah, well, it's not a dragon model. It takes forever. Now, don't get me wrong. The thing's beautiful, but the biggest problem actually isn't how long it takes or how small the pieces are. It's that if you have a piece that is like this is what your piece looks like, and you have a piece that attaches to it, it's almost like instead of it being like this, just touching and you need to cut it flush, it's almost like indented a little bit and like it goes into it. So it's actually, they're kind of hard to remove and to do it neatly. It's kind of hard to do. Well, it's your fault. You asked about this thing, so you're actually the one that made it happen. So thank you. You know, the only reason towards doing this is, you know, I want to be one of them guys. Oh, you just build them super tanks. I don't. I don't like the super tanks, actually. I just happen to have this. I got lots of stuff that ain't super. Again, no cables included. These damn tow cables are always a pain in the ass on some of these older models. They just don't include them. It's my damn fault. Yeah. You reminded me of it, and I'm like, all right, well, I have it here. It's not like I wasn't going to build it. Okay, J6. Is this piece here on the side? Here it is. I need to go to Hobby Lobby today, buy a clasp for my pendant. I need to fix. And I think I might buy some of the small standing sticks. Yes, this. Well, that sounded like a Jurassic Park sound. Like, look out, it's a raptor. That sits like that. Welcome to the Wild Kingdom. G3 is this piece in the back here. Yeah, I took a look at this. I'm like, man, there's hardly any pieces in here. Okay, I gotta use little boy's room. I'll be right back. At least when it's done, it's out of the way. Yeah, I need to paint some of this stuff to put them here, because right now they're like, dude, it's like tank on top of, you know, they don't weigh anything, you know, but sometimes you just feel like building stuff, you know? This is one of those times. I'll be right back. Add cement paste to the inside tank, it will make it heavy. Yeah, but then I put a lot of pressure on the parts. They could crush. I agree with you. I like it better with heft, but I've been a convert of that. You know, and then there's a lot of weight, and then you try to put it on a stand, and then the stand breaks off. So I actually like them being light. There's advantages to that. I definitely know what you're saying. But what really throws you off is we have some things that are heavy, you have some things that are light. You know, you go to pick up something, you know, you're like, whoa, wait the hell, and then you go to pick up something else, like, oh fuck, it's heavy. You know, it's like those Skytrex white metal. They're not white metal. They're freaking lead. They're definitely heavy lead content. Those things are super, super heavy. Super, super heavy. And which way does this son of a bitch go? Like this? Yeah, like that. Looks like it on the other one too. Okay, that's good. Now, one thing I've never appreciated until now is these people that add all these details and fix things on vehicles. You know, the conversion stuff. I never appreciated that. I do now because it's freaking fun to do. Now, there is a point of diminishing returns, but I may take a look at this and see what kind of stuff I can add to it that's obvious, that's an obvious part of it that's missing. Not like, okay, let's make sure every single little bolt's there. Like, no, not that. But like if there's something like obvious on it, and it's within my skill set, like there's no jack here. Why? Why is there no jack there? The jack's up here. Well, why is that? So I'm not going to put that jack there because this might be the jack might have gotten moved back here because up here was blocking the machine gun. So I'm not going to put it there just yet. So actually having this as a guide, assuming it's accurate. Well, it's made by Dragon. That holds a little bit of weight. All right, let's close this thing up. And take a look at the tracks. And it's funny because they give you a little piece of track that's extra and it's rubber. I don't think I've ever seen that. Like an extra spare track that happens to be rubber. And this is definitely an old school style track. I'm fine with it. I'm not a track Nazi. Now this is going to need 2 crimp spots on it. One here to bring it down along this line and one back up. So I'm probably going to do 2 ties on either side. And I had actually no intention yesterday of doing this, of working on this today, so don't make any fucking plans. You know, just roll with the punches. This doesn't go here, this goes here. So like on this stuff, I don't really have a choice where any of these pieces I just put on there go. So there's no point in looking for references of them. because I'm not going to find what I'm looking for. Not sure what smell that is. It's not unpleasant. Motive for a votive. Yeah, that railroad game we played last night is a fun game. I just wish it went on a little bit longer. I mean, you play your own house rules, but I would have been tempted to play a third game had it not been 9:45. So I drove home yesterday. And that's not even that late, but man, you could just tell the kind of people that are on the road. There's a lot of folks that look like they're up to no good. On the road. I think we're going to milk this first. We're going to melt this first, then we'll put the staples in it. All right? Nothing flammable. I mean, I think that this has to be like damn near next to it to catch fire, but we don't need that kind of crap. This is not that kind of channel. Say a prayer for me now. Great, now we got that song stuck in our head. A lot worse songs to have stuck in your head. Okay, same thing on the other song side. Interesting. I don't like how this ties in because it doesn't fit. It fits overlap one on top of another a little bit. And that's just bloody wrong. That's just bloody wrong. All right, let's fuck with it. That's all it took. Okay. Well, unfortunately, let's see what we can do here. Oh, that's brilliant. Comrade Popov. It popped off. That tells you how good of a joint that was. Not really one at all. Okay, cool. Much better. Then, not making any sprue out of this stuff. Whoa! We're not out. Some bitch. I don't know what kind of pressure is going to be on this thing, but I do have a solution if it doesn't work. And that's dealing with it when you put it on a stand. So that's nice to have that in your back pocket. Just in case, all right? We're done with you, and we are done with you. All right, now let's see what kind of a shit show we have, especially since we have sprockets on both ends. All right, what'd I miss? What was the game about? Moving freight. It had only been like a year since we played it. And it's actually a game that Mari gave to me because he heard that I was a fan of the original game. I didn't know that this was the beginner's version of it. Because the original game has different trains you can upgrade and stuff like that. And other things it just lasts a little longer. we may end up having to take those the teeth off. Just so it fits in the little holes. It's funny because this track actually fits on there nicely. It does, but it's not all the way in. It like there's enough. So I don't know if I've ever seen one that fits this nicely. I'm rather impressed. Which way do those little go? Okay, they go the top way. So they're both backwards. All right. It's hardly noticeable, but I noticed it, so. Right. I've actually never seen a track with this lack of tension on the ends that's going to, liable to break it. Yeah, it fits on here really, really well. The problem is it's not in the teeth. So if you look at the side view, there's like a little bit of a gap. Now, how much that's going to bug me, I'm not sure. Time to start breakfast. Ooh, make me some bacon, but don't overcook it. I hate overcooked bacon. I mean, I don't want to eat it raw either, but. See, if I take the teeth off, it's going to have even more slack. And there's already plenty of slack on it. Well, also, I'm looking at the design here for tying this back, tying this down. And because these wheels are one piece and thick, I'm going to have to go behind them, which means I'm only going to be able to use the ones back here. And that's going to be a chore to get it through that. I think I'm going to do the unthinkable. And that is just leave it as is. Because it's got some decent slack on it. I'm creating a shitload of work for myself. And like I said, if I tie it down, this wheel's solid. I'm going to have to tie it behind it. Which means it makes it very difficult to grab the top one. All right, well, I'm gonna leave that be. Let's put the gun and see how bad the gun is. The gun is actually a bit cartoonish. Some random person, what's up thing, like, nope. No, I don't prefer blondes. Go away. All right, we need to put 12, piece number 12, right here, along with this one. And this one. How's that go again? And Le Canon. Ooh. Oh. It needs that thing too. Well, it didn't tell me there was two pieces there. Ah, okay. Got it. Because 11, which is this one, goes on the body. Oh, great. I'm supposed to put that on there before I put this thing down. Well, hopefully I leave myself enough room. If not, we'll go to plan Q. Looks like I'm good. All right. Yeah, there's no point in building stuff in a strict order that they tell you because there's frequently issues with that, unfortunately. What Flames of War stuff do you have, Justin? I know you buy the Flames of War, and there's nothing wrong with the Flames of War miniatures. I mean, their website is spectacularly good, I think. I just don't like for their, and I don't mind their miniatures. I just don't want to play the game. Game's a bit lackluster. You could actually get that used bookstore. What used bookstore was it? That one in Jacksonville. You can get some old Flames of War books really cheap. But it's an earlier version of it. And the artwork in there, of course, is incredible. Now, I don't know why they decided to put this line across the front here. I don't think the original vehicle has this. You might have to sand that down. Ferdinand. And I have no photo books on the Ferdinand. It doesn't look like it should have this line here. Hold on, I see one here. But that is okay. So this would be the one that was at Aberdeen. That might be a not on the Ferdinand. It's like an Elefant thing. Nope, it's on this one. Well, I'm glad I didn't take it off. Okay, we're good. I would have taken it off, would have been a big deal, but it's like, okay, why do extra work? All right, cool. Cool, Daddy-O. As I were. And that fits on nicely. Okay. Panzerwerfer, that's a good looking vehicle. I think a Panzerwerfer is a good looking vehicle. Sturm Tiger fires once per game. Brumbar, Dicker Max, Armored Vehicles, SS Ground Troop Forces, 2 Elefants. The Dicker Max is a good looking vehicle. Much better looking than the Sturer Emil. The Sturer Emil has a 128. So it's like McNasty. But I'm gonna take a guess that this is a more accurate gun. Because this is an 88L71, so it's 71 times as long as the barrel diameter. And the 128 is a 55. So the 128 is not that long a gun compared to this one. This is a 71 caliber gun. It's a really long gun. Proportionally. Hence, theoretically accurate. So I would hazard to guess that this is one of the more accurate guns of the Second World War. Of any nation. So whereas the Tiger and the Panther kind of penetrate an equal amount, more or less, this penetrates a lot more. And there's 2 vehicles at Kursk that had this gun. This tank, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be talking about it. And the other one was the Nashorn. And both of these vehicles were in the north section. The northern bulge that didn't go as far and fizzled out sooner. Okay, where is the little piece? There it is. So same gun that was on the King Tiger, same gun that was eventually on the King Tiger, same gun that was eventually on the Jag Panther. The vaunted Super 88, not the regular 88, the Super 88. Now they only finished one Porsche Tiger, and he used it as a command vehicle for one of these Elefant units in Italy. And it's weird looking as hell. Because it's, it's this, you don't have this top section, and you got this turret, the same turret as this one, all the way up here. But this is like, it's actually this way. Because this is the rear engine, something like that. Weird ass looking thing. Doesn't look right. Looks like a snuffleupagus. And not in a good way. I don't think this is a particularly ugly vehicle. It's like this freaking slab that you're not going to get through. Did anybody ask you, hey, how come you only have German stuff? Because Flames of War in that respect is kind of like DVA. Like, oh, I only have Romans. You don't have anybody to fight them? No. No. It's the other guy's job to come up with the army to fight them. Unless you build them in pairs or something like that, but... Hmm. We may have to enlarge this. Flames of War is like gambling. You buy tons of stuff. It's not like gambling. You get something out of it that you could sell back. The website's awesome, especially for like units, paint schemes. I just don't care for their game. Their game could be so much more than it is. But I think Bolt Action's an even worse game. Because you could play Flames of War and just add other rules to it, right? Like the whole idea that's like, this is front and anything back here is flank. This doesn't make any sense. It's a little too dumbed down for... Well, it's not. It doesn't cater to me. It's not catered to me. And you'd think I'm about to shit my pants or something. You got any local players that help you with buying other forces, or is it pretty much everybody's playing with your stuff? still need to go deeper. Now here's where I should have tested to make sure that this fit. So we're going to have to go to a different track and remove some here. And this should do it. Take a little bit out of each side because it's close. Dude. All right. You gonna fuck with me, huh? All right. We'll show you. There we go. All right. So that glue's in there. Having this little die cast thing as a guide is pretty handy. Oh, it's the same both ways. Boy, Flash City. No one ever has their own stuff. We have a group of 6 people. Well, you get to design the scenarios then, I guess. What are you playing? What are we playing today? Whatever I freaking want. I'm the one that... I'm the guy bringing all the stuff. So that little machine gun thing is actually useful for something else. And I might just do that. Freaking That's really crudely done on the barrel. Actually, the barrel looks a little oblong. Flames of War and Bolt Action, too much competition base for me. Flames of War first edition, good. Not good after second. Yeah, I've heard horror stories about the Bolt Action vehicles. Have they come up with the second edition Chain of Command videos yet? Be interesting. I've watched quite a few of the first edition ones. It's gonna look pretty good, but it's definitely gonna take some filler in here. Not a lot. It's just kind of a weird position to it as well. All right, let's drill this thing out. Find our center spot. More or less. got one in here that's actually, you know, would probably work really well. This thing. This thing would probably work really well. This thing, even it's flat, this is working really well. Just hold it lightly, just a little light on your fingers. Now, where is my old friend? God, this smells good. There we go. This goes in here, but through this. We can't glue that together until we have the barrel resolved. Uh oh, what'd you send me? Yeah, that paint scheme's beautiful. I just don't like the overall green that went to Burma, but that paint scheme's beautiful. Yeah, really. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but it looks really, really good. My, I like my vehicles better than the real ones because I add those extra shadows that this vehicle doesn't have. But and I like that Grant turret so much better than the Lee turret. The Grant turret looks really good. I had one. I built a Tamiya one. It was two color camouflage, I think. Yeah. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, well, they already have a hole drilled here for the antenna, which is plenty big, plenty wide. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna leave the track as is. I'm all willing to tie it down, but because these wheels are solid, that's just. I mean, I could drill a hole through the wheel. I mean, now you're getting real crazy with with shit then, and feed it through there. I mean, I'm technically that would be some innovative shit. That's for sure. I don't think it's worth it. It doesn't, if it doesn't bug me, it shouldn't be an issue for anybody else. Make your own damn elephant. Make your own damn Ferdinand if you don't like it. Put it in your own Ferdinand and smoke it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do a Commander. Certainly not this jackass. Let's see how these fenders look. Now we just have this dork. I mean, he looks terrible. His cap looks like one of those dockyard workers. I mean, if you're going to be a Nazi, at least look good doing it. Unkempt Nazi. All right, now we're done with this thing. Made in Italy. I wouldn't be too proud of that. It wasn't that bad. Honestly, for an Eschi model, this one's not bad. Not bad at all. Now the ammo comes in handy. Or could, I guess. That's the machine gun plate. There's the machine gun for the machine gun plate. Alright, we got to make sure that... Let's see if this fits in here just fine. Unkempt Nazi. It's kind of visible from the side view, so I'm going to reduce these little punches. I don't even know what the hell they are. I don't know what to call them. But I'd rather these things be positive instead of negative, because negative ones you have to fill them. Positive ones you at least have a chance for potentially reducing them and not having to use filler. I should probably look at the instructions, but it's like easier just to look at the thing that's already put together. Okay, it looks like the long one. Okay, but these notches look like they go to the outside, so this is actually this one. Shit, you don't need to tie this stuff down at all. This is, man, this is well put, this is well designed from that standpoint. They did a nice job with this. They really did. I mean, this is one of the hardest things to get right, and I mean, look at that. I mean, other than that, it doesn't fit in the teeth. Like, it's got the right sag and everything. Like, this is, compare this to the Panzer IV, which is an aberration. Panzer IV was a nightmare, the Frankenpanzer. And I didn't do a great job fixing it either, but that was like the first tank that I really messed with the sag issue. All right. I have to put together the pictures of inspiration of these vehicles at Kursk. for the um, for the Ferdinands. It's got a little bit of a. These are kind of visible from the side. That's why I'm even removing them. I mean, really well designed in that category. Something that things fail miserably at all the time. All right, so let me just take an off chance. I have something here from Verlinden's book. There might be a Elefant details. Well, I don't want Elefant details. I want Ferdinand details. I don't have a Ferdinand book. Stay away, booby traps. Yeah, if you're going to put Zimmerit on a vehicle for the first time, I think an Elefant is a damn good vehicle to try because it only goes up halfway up the side. Maybe one day I'll. Interesting, they have a shot here of the front of the vehicle, but they have the photo reversed because the machine gun's on that side. Here, the photo is reversed. These are drains for rainwater. Here it is. Italy kit is basically a very good model, only requires a little extra detailing. Here, drains for rainwater have been added, barely visible as the gunner's periscope sight peeping through a hatch on the roof. Yeah, so these are drains for rainwater. They don't have a Ferdinand in here, do they? I don't think they do. Yeah, this was the go-to guy. I mean, nobody's stuff looked as good as Verlinden stuff, and it still looks good. He's just, and this is where I get my idea of painting from. You know, chipping just didn't exist. I am not a chipping fan. I don't like how it looks. It doesn't even look good on the right vehicle. I'm not, I mean, on the real vehicle, I don't like how it looks. It's a little too, like, over the top. overdone. I believe these guys are all the way in the back. .612 with and without camo. See, there's like a mallet here that's on the side, and there's not one here. So if I got an extra mallet, I might put that on there. The problem is the cables. They don't give you enough freaking cables. They never give you enough cables. This is 653rd, this is 653rd. This is 653rd. This is 654. There's like a grab handle that's up here too. You know, there's other things like there's like a plate here. Not visible on that. Is it visible here? Yeah. I might be tempted to put some of those things on here. I'm just saying, you know. I mean, I can cry uncle at any time. All right, folks, that's gonna be it for today. We're gonna see what else we can do super detailing on this thing, but it's definitely gonna be a Ferdinand for Kursk. And all in all, it's a lot better model than I thought it was gonna be. So. All right, folks. Well, we'll catch you guys on the next one. See you later.